The third item on our agenda is the proposal to approve, on a non-binding advisory basis, the frequency of advisory votes on the compensation of our named executive officers of the company. The fourth item on our agenda is the ratification of the Audit Committee's appointment of Deloitte & Touche LLP as the company's independent registered public accounting firm for the company's fiscal year ending February 3rd, 2024. No stockholder director nominations or other stockholder proposals were properly submitted under SEC Rule 14a-8 or in accordance with the company's advance notice or proxy access bylaw provisions. It is now 10:07 a.m. I declare that the polls are now open, and I will now call a vote on the four proposals. The polls will be open until the conclusion of any questions related to the specific matters under consideration at this meeting. We will now use this time to answer any stockholder questions on the specific matters under consideration at this meeting. You may submit questions through the meeting portal. Okay, I do see a few questions here just related to Mr. Furlong's departure and then also the company's withdrawal of his nomination. So I'll try to touch on that briefly. As it relates to his departure, we don't speak on personnel matters other than to indicate that Mr. Furlong's employment was terminated and he resigned from the board. I will say, with Ryan becoming executive chair, we feel very strongly that we have the right leadership structure in place to drive efficiency in this business. As it relates to the withdrawal of Mr. Furlong's nomination, I think it's clear that Mr. Furlong's termination and resignation, that it does not make sense for the company to support his nomination. Again, though, given Ryan's new role as part of management, we continue to believe management's perspective, and frankly, and more importantly, shareholders' perspective, will be actively represented. Okay, I also see a number of questions just regarding direct registration of shares, short interest, and a number of similar topics. I don't have too much
Good morning. I'm all right. I have the shareholders meeting on. It's just not fucking started yet. I'll turn the audio on once it starts. It's like I gotta blow my nose. Yeah? Okay. All right. Fuck. Elevator music is fucking terrible. What did they say? Nothing? No fucking transcript anywhere. Computershare can't even handle annual shareholder call properly. Why doesn't anyone think they'll be able to manage MOASS when it does happen? I, when it doesn't happen. Oh, okay. I did do a double take on that. Darcy spoke on the importance of his shareholders. Are you sure you didn't? Oh, Jesus Christ. That was last year's. That was RC's speech last year. Fucking shit with Furlong. Yeah. All right. So it hasn't started yet. I'm paying you to go rest. Thanks, Groves. I appreciate it. It's not going to work, but I appreciate it. Any opinion on why FSLR fell so much? People took profits? You know, it's really not a good short-term trade, right? Probably a combination of $300 short calls and taking profits because it hit 300 fucking dollars in like 3 weeks. I think a lot of people that forget that in March it was $140. Forgive me, they haven't done anything in 4 years, so it's hard to know year to year. As cat stabilized, with the indexes falling, I wouldn't fucking touch it. It fell below risk before open. It's too small of a move to fucking try to chase it down. Also, the failure of that trend is a continuation of the downside. And falling below 325 puts us below that big pile of puts. It's not good. Apple's just sitting there like a bumpy turd. GME, there's resistance at 28, actually. There's a line there already. GoEV had a little bit of covering this morning. Oh, nice. Ooh. I'm gonna close out my fucking CSPs yet? Yeah, I'll just let them expire. Tesla just agreed to give their useless fucking CEO $50 billion. I can't be super bullish, right? Oh, puts at the top, sold too soon on the drop, but I timed the bottom and bought calls perfectly. Nice, nice. SPX is in a weird spot here. If it doesn't break back above like 54.20, there's quite a lot of puts. Seems like seems like people aren't really agreeing with the inflation prints here. These seasonal adjustments are ridiculous. They gave it back to him. Yeah, they're also moving their I think they're moving Tesla from Delaware to Texas for their incorporation. Why should he get paid for anything? All he did was fucking sell shares to buy Twitter, which he's not made any money off of. DFV selling again? Nice. Is he though? Yeah, a little bit. There's some fucking big volume. There's definitely some drop in OI. God damn it. Hmm. Gonna fail the test. Hmm. It's kind of nuts how late they are. What time was it supposed to start? Ten Central on the hour. I can't talk shit. I didn't show up to the stream till like 11, so it's fucking. What am I gonna do? They're pulling a DFE, waiting exactly 38 minutes. RC offered to hire you to manage the GME fund. Would you? One, accept. Two, buy back in. Well, I'd hope it'd come with some sort of stock compensation. Although I'd prefer just a commission. No. Yeah, 4 billion. Okay, yeah, I would. No, I like money. Ridiculous question, but yeah, I would. Do you spend your money or just sleep on it? I spend way too much money. Only pay as GME shares? Fuck that. Thanks, Rankin. Do you buy rotisserie chickens from Costco? No. That's gross. Are we bullish? On what? I'm kind of bullish on maybe SPX breaks to the upside of the put wall here. I don't know if it does. I feel like my buy stops are a little too close to the money. It's kind of risky. But got a nice reversal set up if bulls pump it. Which they will. That's usually. Yeah. That's a terrible fill. Getting a lot of call buyers on the 25, which is overpriced. DFE should go synth long the July contracts at 30. Sell the 25, buy the 30. He could enter 500,000 contracts for $11 million. That's just silly. Imagine having 500,000 contracts. Imagine having 120,000. The fucking. There'd be some risk involved. I think at this point he's trying to close, not exercise. He's probably closing some and exercising others, right? Based on the ratio. Like if you look at the individual contracts, which is here, right? If he's selling at 850, he's getting $3 profit a contract. Come on, Bulls, you can do it. Loose. There's a shocking number of puts today. What if the shareholder meeting is just an entire day of elevator music? Feeling any better? I don't think so. I think Apple. No. You think Apple actually drops down to test the 210 support first? Seemed primed to test 220 before that. It's a pretty drastic drop already. Wow, Gamma Max is at 217. I don't know. I don't think it drops lower, but if it does, I might sell more. There's a lot of support at 210. I feel like for like 14 days, the fucking 30% yield's pretty solid. Do you take any more Buckleys? That shit sucks. It tastes grass clippings and like a hospice. What level do you think end phase would be good to re-enter at? 30 was pretty supportive before. We'll see if it is again. If not, there's like the test of the longer term trend, which should be out at like maybe like 25. Nope.
Central Time, and I call the GameStop 2024 meeting to order, and hereby immediately adjourn the meeting due to technical difficulties that have prevented stockholders from accessing the meeting. We will provide an update as to the time we plan to reconvene the meeting as soon as possible. Thank you for your patience.
This concludes the meeting. You may now disconnect.
What the fuck was that? Dude, what? I hate this company so much. How's that for forward guidance? I didn't even get to hear his whole thing. Do you just say we're canceling it because of technical difficulties? Is that technical difficulty? Cohen didn't have a pompous enough speech prepared for today? Immediately adjourned. Wow. What a fucking awesome. You know what? Honestly, it's the most bullish thing they could have said. RC just wants to conclude the meeting and then buy his shares so he doesn't get hostile taken over for the money he just made. Why couldn't he have said something like AI cloud services, meeting adjourned? You know, if Cohen keeps asking people to judge him by his actions, they might just start. Objection, leading the investor. Bull's struggling to get a clean break here. They're building out of the money positioning, though. That's fucking awkward. So we don't know when they're rescheduling it for? Is the MM gonna have to reprice implied volatility now? That's gonna be awkward for IV Crush, right? You know what's gonna make me laugh my ass off? If they switch from computer share to a different register. Because computer share can't even fucking handle a shareholders meeting. Will someone explain to me what a Kansas City shuffle is? Dear God. You just witnessed it. Yeah, it's from a really good movie and it's being used as a way to continue Super Stonk's cognitive dissonance. It was also something that I named a DD like 7 months ago. I don't know why, but RC seems like a crier. Maybe. It is a good movie. Fair play. 110 fever, you get the stream started. GME, not so much, right? I'm fucking here and I'm sick. Larry Chang definitely cries. Yeah. I can agree with that. If you want something funny, I asked ChatGPT to write a story about Larry Chang. And it was actually phenomenal and super accurate. It's in the GME channel. I don't know. Just look up Gherkin Larry. Greg and Larry go to White Castle. What's the thesis for Jimmy? There isn't one. The company doesn't even have a thesis. Does Jimmy actually look bullish on the technicals? If it would fucking bounce off of this trend, yes. Ooh, arbitrage is getting weird since the meeting was not on a big nothing burger. I like it. This is gonna be funny. DFE gets out of his position and then the stock rips. Then me and him can cry about it in South Boston while insulting women. It's the Boston way. Did DFE sell or roll it? I don't see matching volume anywhere. There's some volume at the 30, but that would be a terrible buy. Any positioning to rescue above us? Yeah, there is. They got dumped on pretty hard this morning. Gonna be really hard to break like 54.30, but there's positioning there. Meeting's over. Technical difficulties. They canceled it. No, I'm not kidding. Ooh, failure. Bulls are in kind of a shit position here, huh? Support at 410. It's awkward. $54.10 was strong earlier. Yeah, it's still a support. It's not a very strong one actually, but it is a support. with that much momentum, it might not fucking matter. Are they gonna sell that? Charm's rough here. Especially as it gets closer to like 5,400. It's a lot of short calls getting squeezed out too, or short puts getting squeezed out too. Let's see if we get a continuation. Hmm. Did Ivy get crushed on GME? They can't. They moved the shareholders meeting out 2 days. Or did they move it to fucking Saturday? Resistance of 415 on the bounce. It doesn't exist. Retest 417. Hmm. It's kind of bearish, right? Did DFE do a DDoS attack on computer shares so you can keep IV up longer to sell out? That'd be funny. What about the people who traveled to Texas for the meeting? Sounds like they're spending the weekend in Texas. OI goes up at different strikes every day. I don't see any OI on tomorrow's call chain that would come even remotely close to matching DFE's position. So I don't think that's true. I've been sent by RC to say that he loves you all. That's it. That's the dividend. Thank you so much, Bithead. We appreciate it. For those of you guys who don't know, Bithead is Matt Furlong. Matt Furlong. Have you gotten back to Australia where you belong? Schwab rejected my subscription request for the BNet offering, even though I had plenty of funds. Missed out on a nice gain there, I think. Don't worry. Have you talked about Cat? No, it's below risk. Not only did it fall below risk, it failed the trend before open. Opened at like where did it open at? 327. Why the fuck are we getting another bounce here? JFresh is at the meeting, right? Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, we're supposed to ask questions. I feel like we're closing around 27 at best today. Yeah, it's possible. 28's got some resistance, so it's gonna be kind of hard to break through that level. There are some out of the money sold, or like in the money sold puts, like 28, 29, and 31. And there's a bunch of puts at 30. I don't know, we'll see. If IV picks up, that's probably pretty bullish for it. Why can't we just fail? Why do we have to do this like weird little wedge? In my search for the GME AGM this morning, I ran across Matt Core's stream, and he was trying to explain Spot Gamma's hero to his audience, and what I can only describe as the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen a stock influencer ever attempt. I don't think he knows that Gamma expands. Like inverse delta, right? Delta decays and gamma expands. And so his explanation was backwards. How's your fever, man? I don't know. It was down when I woke up. It was like 99. I still feel like shit. I don't. They're all fucking idiots. That's why they're stock influencers. It's not true. You're trying to explain a complicated market mechanic to me as if I were a Portuguese man of war once. That was pretty dumb and yet endearing. I'm just trying to teach you, Popcorn. I'm bringing the material down to your level. I think he's blown up his port even more than I have. I remember back during like the GameStop saga when he first started like streaming GameStop. I watched his stream like a few times, and he blew his port up like 6 times in like a week. Didn't he also do that bet with like Shkreli, or did that never actually go through? Was that just fake? Like, what was it, like 50K first person to 100 wins or some shit? I think they both quit early. Challenging people to paper trading competitions. Ugh. This must be really confusing for the market maker on GMA. They have unresolved arbitrage. Liquidity is getting tighter. And now they can't price down volatility. I don't think Cohen knows this. right? But not having the AGM and rescheduling it to the weekend could actually be genius for the options chain. Paper trading competition where all you do is buy 1 minute to expiration SPX contracts. You got to make it at least interesting, right? It's got to be like 2 minutes to expiry or something. Five's a good one. Yeah. We're gonna squeeze these fucking puts or what? It's trying to break 54.8150. Ooh, this is an important level. If we push a little lower, like 54.07, we might start to get some profit taking from futures buyers, which would be cool. It'd be a nice bump in volume to the downside. Did you get more GME calls? No, it's the same. It's in the same fucking position all along. Oil taps 90 a barrel before end of year, or SPX taps 3,800. Same thing, right? What kind of question is that? I feel like the MMs are doing surgery on GME right now, trying to manage what just happened without moving the price too far in either direction. Well, they can't price down vol, right? Which leaves them in a position where it's probably better to price up vol. Because of the event risk remains close, right? Worse yet, the event risk is now on next week's contract, so they need to price that up too. So they're gonna have to like price up like well, at least contracts are next Friday. I don't think DFV called out any prices on GMA. What was up with Upstart yesterday? It ripped up to 27 for no reason. I mean, anytime Upstart breaks like 25 right now, it can basically rip. I don't know why it did. Maybe there was a little bit of covering or something. There's almost no options interest between 25 and 27, and 25 is just sold calls. So anytime it breaks to the upside of that, it can test like 27.50 or 30. Hey, there we go. That's 5407. More volume. Gibbet. It would be really cool if we dropped to like 5380 right now. It would be neat. All those calls at 5400 are sold. The MM is just gonna fucking dump that liquidity all over everybody. They're holding a massive delta hedge for all those in the money sold calls. Like, I'm pretty sure they're ready to dump. I think it's like 23 billion in futures. Just like on any downside move. It's like 60 billion on a 1 sigma move, and then like 160 something billion on a 2 sigma move or greater. CTAs have fat bags. I don't know what else to say about it. Bastards. They got me. $54.05. Still kind of cheap. This is the one they don't want to squeeze, right? Let's get some exposure. Another one at 750. Can bulls bounce this? It's getting harder. Ooh, another bump and ball. It's gonna get a lot harder, actually. So you have that fat fucking gap still, right? Down to 375. If you lose 5,400, the charm into the end of the day is very bad for bulls. Ugh. Oof. Slippery. ES is starting to break below that neutral point, which is a failure, right? I mean, he may be doing that anyway. I don't know how much exercising is really going to drive the price up, but it could stabilize price if he exercised at some ratio to the calls sold. It would be very cool if this contract goes to $34. Oh, come on, fill the gap up. 54.75. Still no supportive positioning here. Oops. Quite a lot of puts at 53.95 right now. I don't know if those are being sold or bought though. Some of them are definitely being sold, but not all of them. It's the futures retest at the support. That's still failing. This might get rejected early. Regular Jimmy had a technical issue. Was RC forgot his Apple ID password and couldn't download Zoom. My sources are solid. Check out Big Gamma built for this next week. And people are buying the 30. I don't really see any super interesting volume anywhere. Bastards. Is that it? Pump and dump? It's 12:39. It's too early for the decay to be really bad. How do I go synthetic long? You sell puts and buy calls with the credit. Usually the same strike. Enough of a pullback still. For the gap. If we fill the gap, we squeeze out most of the short puts, right? Definitely squeeze out the 5405 puts. 5410, 5405. Puts are still being bought out of the money under 5400. Yeah, we'll still have a bit of a downside ramp. And we failed to test resistance on this, which isn't a good sign. I don't think shortfall's given up here yet. Bulls do not like that test at 54. I don't think they can. I mean, I don't think they can risk it. We'd get so much delta can fall off, right? And then there's long puts accumulating to the downside of 5400, which is even more dangerous. So it's worth it for them to try to bounce. The question is, are they going to be successful, right? Because they're still working against, you know, the MM's delta is negative on the 0 DTE, and you have a shitload of charm decay here. Also, the in the money sold puts, right, all the way up to like 25 are also decaying, but the opposite way, right? So as those approach -1, or well, as those approach 1, the MM is going to sell. You're gonna overextend on puts again? No, not too much. I gotta cut off here. That looks like the failure. Starting to pressure the short puts. There it goes. We want to lose 5407 here. Or, well, yeah, 5407. We don't want to find support there. That would be moderately bullish. But if we fill the gap and hit a new low, that's what we'd want to see. Well, that's what I want to see. Some of you might not have that. position. Dixie's just screaming. Yeah, it is. But yields are down, which is really fucking weird, right? $30-year in 12 minutes? I think so. It's a really small auction, though. Do we have the Feds bid already? Yeah, they bid 711.6 million. Referral's pushing again a little bit. Jeez, flat. Fucking another gap up. $12.51. I want to know if RC bid with his new war chest. Hmm. $54.15 is, I guess, the best position for the Bulls here. They'd be better off trying to push it to 20. Not be able to without overextending on the puts, though. Hmm. Alright. How high can cat retrace? It could bounce back to, well, if it gets above 25, which it really hasn't yet. But if it breaks out above 25 and like it gets that positive charm back, it might be able to push up again. It's still below my risk level though. That was kind of a hard rejection. I feel like it's kind of unusual for bears to be this confident in the bond print. Oh. I guess they think it's gonna have a tail. Which means if they're wrong, they're gonna get squeezed. I think GME Bears can contain GME to 2750 today. Maybe. There's resistance at 28, which is really what matters. At least for us here. Or repricing of IV. Although they did kind of crush IV a bit more. $30 strike is going to keep getting sold pretty heavily, I think. 2 minutes. We are. We are. On GME or SPX? We are negative on Gamma. And Charm. And Delta. But right before the auction here, they've pushed us, like... We're still negative, but we're, like, right at the break-even point. Yellen saying bullish shit. She said US growth is going to lift global growth. Yield before auction 4.418. $22 billion auction. Hmm. Auction. No tail. Bid to cover. I don't know yet. 4.403. Assume we rejected there because the bid to cover is awful or something. Fucking update already. Hmm. Bid to cover 2.49. It's not that bad. High yield 4.43. Sold 22 billion. Only 8.49% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 13.7%. Direct 17.8. Indirect 68.5. We're pumping until end of day now. We're still under a bunch of puts. Like even with the beneficial print on the 30, I'm not sure that bulls are going to be able to extricate themselves from this. You're going to try. Still needed above 20 to get delta back to positive. And offset the charm decay. So we'll see. They've sold a lot of puts to get us here, which leaves them overexposed to the downside again like they were yesterday. Are you ride or die with those GME calls for tomorrow? Not really, no. Interesting. Two downside gaps. Were you shorting Tesla like the ancients did back in the day? You could. I think it's still a little bit above gamma neutral, though. It's kind of risky. Yep. How did you know it would drop there? What do you mean? It hasn't failed yet. Not completely. Meetings on Saturday, I think. They rescheduled it for Saturday. Hmm. Just tried on NVIDIA over QQQ. Sorry if you answered this yesterday. I might have missed it switching to YouTube. Um, could be worth it. QQQ's at what? Uh, no, probably not. Unless it's like substantially cheaper. How can we manipulate a closed market? Where do you see FSLR bouncing? 285, 260. It still has support at 280. Not much though. But a little, yeah, there's a little support at 290 and 280. It's like, there's really not any support at 285. It's not really very relevant. And on the weeklies, not much support at all. But there's a big pile of delta, like on the farther dated expirations between like 290 and 280. So it should have support in that range. If it fails that range, that's really bad. It's barely below 290 right now. $15. Oops. Lose 20 here. Slide back to 10. Maybe 5 with momentum. Still a ramp down to 390, 43.95 on a failure. A little lower high on the bounce. Probably just move this up to there. Jimmy got a nice bounce on 2690 there. Still not breaking above 28. A lower high. Some consolidation maybe. Interesting. Fuck, why isn't the option repricing? It's very odd. Those should be good here. Delta's positive. Mag 7 got this, yeah. Yep. Delta, Charm, bull side. It's still going to be hard to get higher than like 54.30, but they have the advantage now. 25 confirms the reversal. No, the break's a positive delta, dude. At least for me. I guess QQQ is still a bit below like VWAP or NQ is. This is all just fucking NQ. Yeah. Costa's a juggernaut. Have you gone short yet? No, not yet. I do want to short it though. Not all NQ. XLRE is ripping. Hmm. Interesting. Wow. I don't know about ripping, but up. Still down from yesterday's high. Dixie's ripping. Nothing I say is serious. Oh, okay. Ooh. Failed breakout. Back to negative delta would be cool. Just immediate weakness on that too. It's awkward. Closing short puts to push the ramp higher. Maybe just closing short puts. They've been de-risking like their like total Vega exposure for like the last 3 days. God, that's tempting. Hmm. That's interesting. Don't need that anymore. What's the difference between positive and negative delta? And how do I find that? Math. It has to do with the dealer's total delta exposure. Why are you writing in all caps? Costco loves you. You're not going to stop me from shorting it, Don Deck. The time will come. Have you seen credit card defaults? They're getting spicy. Hope your fever broke, dude. Do you see if EPAM will just die at 180? I think it's been recovering pretty nicely. I'd like it to recover a lot faster. Jesus, I'm gonna die. To get your attention, where do I go to learn how to do the math? School? How do you feel about differential equations? Isn't Pigeonwell Dave a doctor? Get advice from him on how to get better. He's gonna just tell me to wait. Do it. Lose 20. Bulls just can't keep a handle on the positive delta at all. Which is kind of interesting, right? If you die, so does my port. There's no way ghosting me, YOLOing into out of the money, underpriced options is super profitable. Well, okay, sometimes it is, but you know, not always. With PBI cool as well, do you think the inflation data is just a blip due to seasonal adjustments? I would say it looks like market participants don't trust it. The seasonal adjustments are extreme. It's kind of like we're getting inflation prints that are just incorrect and not representative of the inflation being felt by people at all. Not only that, not representative of the inflation being felt in input costs, right? Shipping costs are sky high, and they're just rising. Like, they're fucking not going anywhere. And the Fed doesn't make the numbers. And that's with oil down. I mean, oil wasn't really down last month. It was just kind of flat. It wasn't like crude wasn't super inflationary. But there's other concerns there, right? Like diesel demand was way down, which you know economically is not good. Did you just talk bad about our perfect economy? Oh, sorry. It's actually kind of distressing. The dishonesty in these official numbers and disconnect it causes from hundreds of millions of real people in bad spots is not a good path for us. No, but cutting rates isn't. Here's the thing though, like politically, they want rates cut, right? So that you know they can stimulate the economy, and the Treasury can issue more debt, and we can fund things, right? Instead of just the Treasury constantly issuing nothing but short-term debt. These cocksuckers. God damn it. It's phenomenal knife jugglers. I guess Delta really didn't get that negative. Would have been nice if it stayed there. Oops. Another gap. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Why won't the 20s fail? Because they don't want to lose control of the price action again like they did earlier. Charm gets pretty negative down there. It gets rough. And more so as the day progresses, right? So it becomes even more important as time goes on to hold the higher level here. The problem is, like, they're getting positive delta on these breakouts, but they're not holding on to it, right? And positive delta is great if you can push the momentum and push the market maker over that hump and behind your price action. We're also running into some issues with like how the market maker is exposed to Vega up here, and this is one of the reasons we can't hold the really high prices and why we keep failing like the 47 like or 5450 level. Because they have to sell so many puts to drive the price up that, you know, they're actually selling the long puts, and eventually the MM's just going to hedge its book, right? Like, you know, you can only push the so long on the put side before they just start, you know, fucking shorting. But there's an insane amount of risk to the positioning. They've stabilized above to the downside because there's all those short calls for like July and September, from like 4,300 to 40 or 5,300 to 5,400. Sorry, I'm fucking out of it today. Later, Lawrence. Fed issuing short-term debt, like same like 777% payday loan. The fact they can't pump meme 7 much more. I don't think Discord sends a notification when I get on, does it? The fact that they can't pump the meme 7 much more means they have at these levels. Well, I mean, leverage is just like pushed to the tits, right? But it has been for like a month. And if financial conditions ease, they get a little bit more leverage, right? Today, 1 month correlations catching up pretty quickly with spot. But dollar's up quite a lot over the euro and the pound. Yen's a little softer, but we have the BOJ decision tonight where they're not expected to do much. I think they're just expected to start rolling off some of their bond holdings. Are you Cosbying yourself? I'm on some medications. It does? Join in, live audio starting now. Oh, weird. I didn't know it did that. There always money in the Japanese stand. Japana? Did you write Japana? Hold on, I can't see the word you wrote because it's behind that stupid fucking heart. Nice. Yeah, see? Lower high. That's gotta be something. Delta's gonna flip back to negative, but we still want charm to push negative, so we want to lose. We want to fill that gap to get a bigger downside move into end of day, right? Because then we can get like kind of the compounded negative delta, negative charm, increased vol risk as we approach 5,400. If we fill both, that's really bad because all the puts they sold did squeeze off. I hate that they do this to me. They short the puts so hard that they're so cheap. They just want to buy them all. And then they get away with it. They rescheduled the call again tomorrow at the bell. Interesting. When did they announce that? It worked really well yesterday. That late afternoon drop was awesome. I mean, sometimes it does, but it's like an extremely high risk, high reward kind of scenario. You're kind of hoping that they sell so much volatility that they fuck themselves, which is a dangerous bet, right? That was pretty awesome. I didn't even realize I'd bought like 20 contracts yesterday on that. I wish Jamie would stop being such a piece of shit. Tomorrow's the last day of covering for this cycle of like 4210 F6, I think. Should we tap 5430? Larry Chang once tweeted short board meeting equals stronger performance. So basically after today's meeting, GME is NVIDIA. No, they said they had technical difficulties. Okay. Interesting that they chose that time. Delta stayed positive on this. Gross. Another lower high? That'll be awkward. stop on this in case it breaks out. Yeah, ES is still really far from an actual reversal. Like this is a bounce, right, off of the 75 level, but it's really quite weak. Low volume. If 5,500 is gonna be resistance, I wish somebody would fucking sell it. That's not super bearish. That's not bearish at all. Fucking NQ piece of shit. GB rejected off the test of the upper trend line. Which upper trend line? Jimmy still looks kind of good. And from a technical perspective, it looks great. Like, be nicer if volume was increasing with the rising price, but there's a genre called math rock. Yeah, I'm aware. ES didn't push a higher high and we didn't retest 5,500. I don't know if futures buyers are still gonna push for that, but like the inverse head and shoulders here on ES would indicate like a retest back at 5482, right? This fails, retest the support, and then see if we bounce. It could be ascending, but that's kind of unlikely. It doesn't look like the buy pressure was stronger on the like on either of those tests. Just declining volume. Well, Delta's moving more negative again. Ooh, June is popping. It's doing a little thing. I wonder if I could break above 28. It's like the ones. Oh. It's picking up some volume too. Still got a long way to go to retest 30 or break above 30. But it's a start. Probably benefited a lot of Vixen pickup. This is it. Generational wealth time. Relax. I am relaxed. There goes IV getting priced up. There you go. DFV tweet. Is it his position? It's a thumper. Shai Halud. Oh, I really want SPX to fucking fail 5420. Come on. This shit's ridiculous. Been trying to pump for 2 fucking hours and you've got nowhere. Let it go. Goody, we filled the gap. $30. Do it. Lame. I'm just gonna look at the 5 minutes so everyone doesn't panic. What the fuck are these pumps? Are they trying to de-risk the in the money puts? Ooh, where does that put us on ES? Same fucking spot. We still haven't tested 5,500. Very close. Couple ticks away. Volume's starting to pull back a little. $29.50? Is that a fucking contract we need to worry about? Not really. Just 30. 30 is the only one that really matters here. 29 a little bit, I guess. Just because there's like, what, 3,100 pits there? $45,000 volume on the $20 strike today. Still consolidating. Still no test of 5,500 on futures. Jesus. Take my 20% and roll out. See if this bounces. I don't know. VIX is pretty close to 12 right now. Bulls have positive delta. They're not doing a great job holding on to it, but it seems they're more than willing to keep throwing money at it. 40 chess move to reschedule the shareholder meeting for after market close on Friday. It's interesting. It forces the MM to reprice IV again, right? I don't think that was the intention. I think they just had technical difficulties, but they have horrible news. That's possible. Are you buying more? No. She needs more delta. Fucking EPAM lost 80 again. Well, now they've sold a shitload of the 20 put too, so it's see how this goes. Breaking RC to purchase Fazoli's? What the fuck is that? Do you still have the put side of the straddle? No. No. Fucking bulls. 220. Too close to 30 for the decay to be that bad. I guess it's still out of the money though. Ooh, gross. Dad, Todd's touching Vix in the naughty place. I see that. How high can they pump it? Well, there's a call wall at 30. Which if they got it over the call wall, they could pump it to like 54.50, 54.55. But it's decaying. Right, and so it's a big call wall. So they're like losing they're trying to like get it to the point where the decay is not pushing down on price anymore. But really they really need to break 30 as we get closer to the end of the day in order to stay up here. Also, they're still shorting a ton of volatility, so more and more exposure to the downside. Still bullish consolidation, but volatile. For GME. Um, hmm. That's interesting. Feel better. I feel like shit. I'm gonna break at 20 sometime today. Thank you. That'd be cool. I just want the gaps to fill. VIX going under 12. They're really trying. 26 and 22 gaps. Did we finally test 5,500 on a yes? Nope. Jesus Christ. Thanks, Derek. Jimmy is a sandworm, and I am Timothy Chalamet. Okay. I'm trying to think how VIX leaps at 12 could be worse than 20-year treasuries. Surely they can't keep it below 12 for a solid year. Where have you been for the last year? Was the run-up to the COVID crash or Volmageddon even this regarded? Pretty close. The COVID crash one was. The market went up like 30%, 32%. It's pretty close to as stupid as this fucking one is. Jimmy fucking loves to fail bullish consolidation. But be careful. Oh my god, Todd lost control of VIX, guys. Never start the stream late again. YouTube recommended Uncle Bruce this morning, but all he did was yell GME stock price at me every tick and try to push his 17-course options writing class. Why do you need 17 courses to teach people how to write options? Jesus Christ. Damn, Jimmy. We do it on Vic soon. I need something there visually to remember to close my debit spreads. Didn't Bruce commit fraud, which is why he can't trade? I don't know. Maybe. Hey, look, it did the right thing. That's kind of bullish. Should I be buying Vega puts? I picked up some yesterday. VIX 3-month is still above 14 right now. I didn't get very many of them. It wasn't below 14 for very long. GME to 1 trillion? That's ridiculous. They haven't announced anything AI related. Wonder if we're gonna get some volume on this breakout. Why has 30 been so difficult for GME to break? It's there's a shitload of sold calls there. Bullish continuation. Hmm. Sad. Bulls win. Maybe. Well, I'm pretty close to winning. Just look at this fucking volume on QQQ. Greg's gonna re-enter those puts at 0.2 and 10x them? No, I'm not. because we gapped up yesterday. Let's start to look a little bit better. Accumulation, but I don't think I have enough time to wait it out. Interesting. We finally tested 5,500 on ES. Is it over Bulls win? They should. They've got the reversal on futures. I appreciate your end of day analysis yesterday on margin expansion and contraction. Second time tuning in, and you provide a wealth of great info. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Part of me thinks someone is gonna make a bunch of money selling $30 GME calls tomorrow. Shh. Don't be such a shill. When does the MM go long Vega? We need to fall. We either need to fall back under. Please let me back into the Discord, bro. I'm just looking forward to smoking a J with someone after market close. We can look at charts and stuff together. I may even earn back my funds so I can go back to uni. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, you were in the Discord for like 15 minutes last night. And you said like 10 incorrect things about options. Proceeded to tell us about your statutory rape situation. And then what was the other thing? I forgot. Ko-Fi rejected. Oh, you were trying to like get people to smoke weed with you in Vancouver. Oh, you dropped the N-bombs and you're a 20-year-old pasty white dude. Get the fuck out of here. No, like seriously, like find somewhere else to hang out. That whole situation was a trip. Matt Kors did this. It was a very efficient 15 minutes. Super Stalkers coming back because options good now. I don't know where they're coming from. I remember when I didn't think QQQ could go much above 420. Those were the days. You even gave him a free pass because he was new. I know. One of them has apologized on behalf of their community. That's not true, actually. Someone on Reddit DM'd me and was like, "Man, I'm sorry I was such a dick to you." I didn't even know who they were, but that was nice. All these repeated tests of 30 on GME have got me sussing? Really? Huh. Can you pump SPX, please? No. Well, hold on, they're not done yet. It's still early. There's been positive sentiment about you on Supersonic lately. Oh no. Ugh. It'd be cool if Jeremy would stop failing to break above $29. Oh, Todd's back. I hate this now. The super stonkers have found a new Adabit. It's probably just Adabit. They threatened to ban me from Supersonic last night when I said the volume suggests that DFV likely did something with his options. What? We don't know yet. That's what you get for commenting there. Fucking shill. Shut your mouth. Stop trying to spread FUD. Thanks, Hates Peach. That's okay, guys. We'll get the Mag 7 up to 35% of the S&P 500. RSS banned me for being a Texan? That's not that unreasonable. Aren't you from Missouri? I'll volunteer for Supersonic screening if you privatize the Discord. I mean, there's already a private Discord. You don't have to hang out with the pores in the GME chat. This thing's gotta fill those downside gaps, right? No. If that were true, we'd go back to 3,400. DFE is buying all the swaps. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's not pronounced Missouri. It's pronounced Missouri. Ask anyone. When day drink and barbecue stream? Not doing that today. I've taken a lot of different cough medicines, so I'm a little lit. NyQuil steak. DFE tweeted that because getting out of 120k calls is just as hard as riding a sandworm. It's not that hard. I mean, it wasn't a great position, but it's not that hard to get out of. He could even do it better instead of selling blocks of 5,000 at a clip. It's a bit blunt. What would you do if you were in his place? I would just like sell a couple and exercise one, then sell a couple, exercise one. No, that's a lie. I'd start selling them and then selling the equivalent put at $30. And then once I'd sold the put at $30 enough, I would just go long the 25. So I'd just start rolling them into the 25 for like July. You could do like I don't know, 250,000 of them. That would create massive support at 25 and also a gamma ramp up to like 40. Here, here, I'll show you. You do this. Boom. Just like that. What does your EPAM position look like? I have a bunch of calls on it. Like July, September, Jan. Yeah, this would like if you took a position like this, it would push up support from like 23 to 27, right? And that would force the MM to start having to hedge the upside, which would create like a ramp out to like 32, 35. And this would push price like into where Vega exposure is, right? Because like if you like these are all sold, right? So if you go or well, on the MM side they would be inverse, so it would be like this. Oops. And then nope. So it'd be like this, but if you like the so like the Vega above 30 just goes fucking nuts, right? And especially like once it gets above like 35, 40. Jimmy likes your plan. There's a big part of that because the doesn't want to get assigned on the 30 pits. Yeah. And then DFE has like the equivalent shares, right? So he could, you know, just fucking, he could exercise the puts. Or, well, they're hedged, right? So. And then, like, look at what would happen with, like, the Delta hedge. So they just have to buy Delta, well, pretty much all the way up to, like, 80. Or kind of, like, level off, like, 75, 80. What happens in a cashless exercise situation? The gives them some inventory. Clip this and tweet it to DFE. I'm sure he can figure it out on his own. Starting to get some covering on GME, like some actual covering. Illiquidity is not picking up much, but arbitrage is getting, yeah. This arbitrage is kind of flat. I think it's still a little bit negative, right? Nope, just slightly positive. Ew, running out of arb. I guess we could go the other direction though. That's always possible. Do they have much pump left in them? I mean, we're just kind of like in that. Remember that spot we were in back in like March, where they'd sold so many fucking puts that like the just kept dumping the top every day. It's kind of like that. Yeah, they got 54.30. Could SPX fail hard? If they lose 20, yes. But here, everything's pretty supportive. Like, especially above 30, charms on their side, so it's gonna decay positively and help push prices up into close. If they lose 30, they lose a lot of that charm, but there's still positive delta. Under 20, things really start to get ugly because it starts to squeeze the short puts they sold on the pump, on like this pump. Right, so like this range here would force them to de-risk short puts. But as long as it stays like above 30, which barely is, then they could push up higher into close. And then this is the range where they have to find support So they're in a pretty safe spot. They've got some padding before anything dangerous happens. But all it takes is like one person to like close their short, like their big ass short put position from today, and you can get like a big dump, right? I mean, that's what happened earlier when we failed this. Someone was just like, fuck this, and they closed their short puts, right? And then, we just dump from there. Like, it forces everyone out the door, kind of thing. I bought a used copy of Knack from GameStop yesterday, and now this. Rise. You're welcome. Thanks, man. We couldn't have done it without you. How high can the bulls pump it? There's a lot of resistance here, but if they got a breakout 54.50, I don't think we could get to 60. 60 seems like a stretch. Do we know if DFE sold his calls? He closed some yesterday. At least some. If it was going up, why did you buy puts? Because if it failed, it was gonna dump really hard and the puts were underpriced. Calls really haven't gone up much in value. And I would have gotten stopped out of any ones that I bought anyway. That's the problem with the upside on moves like this, and one of the reasons I don't play it is it's super choppy, and usually the calls are overpriced right from the point that you bounce, right? So from like here, the calls just stay overpriced the entire time. But puts get really cheap because they're selling the fuck out of them. So you could play this with like debit spreads where you sell the out of the money call, but otherwise the profitability on them kind of sucks. But if they fail, you can buy like 75-cent puts and they go to like $6. So it's worth the risk many times because frequently these pumps do fail. They did like yesterday, right? Did TFE call you to say he closed some contracts? It's what do you mean? It's just simple fucking math. There was 169,000 OI. DFE had 120,000 calls. At the end of the day yesterday, there was 1,100 or 111,000 OI, which means that at least 9,000 of his calls are gone. Right? At a minimum. Are people still arguing that? How fucking stupid can you be? Can you show how we see OI? Do you have a broker? Open the options chain and then look at open interest. Something is worrying me about the GME call being at market close tomorrow. Okay. I don't know how you're always so patient. I'm not. Well, sometimes I am. I was up 300% on my GME calls. Now I'm up 7%. What do? Deep fucking kitty. Hmm. I don't trust this at all. Should I be selling the 30? It's pretty spicy. Ooh. Why isn't that? Nice. They're gonna pump this shit all the way up, huh? What did you do? I didn't do anything. What are you talking about? It's like 40. There's not enough time left. Oh, but I could do 14th. Hmm. Sell at 25. $12. That's not bad. If we test 40. Don't gaslight me, you New Yorker. Listen, you fucking hick. Alright? Don't give me your shit. I don't even know what you're talking about. That wasn't for you, Trash. I'm sorry. I missed our loving chats. How many energy drinks is okay to have with half a bottle of NyQuil? Does anybody know? I'm trying to moderate myself. Hmm. You'd be less affected by some of these weaker viruses. I actually have like an under the desk like elliptical, but it sucks. The problem with them is they're all just pieces of shit. Like no there's no company that makes like a good one. And I used that one for like a little while too. And it was just like the fucking bearings in it are shot after like 15 miles. The fuck would my girth matter? I'm sitting in a chair. Kirk doesn't leave his house. The house's immune system is in tatters. If I didn't leave the house, I wouldn't be sick. Is he just adult bubble boy? Kind of, yeah. I don't weigh 600 fucking pounds. Jesus Christ. I don't even know how you eat that much food. Like, I don't know how those people get that fat. Let alone, how do they afford to keep eating? 15 miles? Over how long of a timeline? I don't know, it was like a week and a half. And the gear in the right pedal just started like grinding. And they wouldn't return it, so now it's just sitting in the corner of my office. I should probably throw it out. Hmm. Oh, it's so greedy, but I really want to sell. Hmm. Okay, so volatility is turning up here. Charm's turning around. If they de-risk the 30 strike, we fail, right? How many day trades do I have? So I sell the 30. Vertical. Nope, that's the wrong fucking stock. Sell the 30 by the 35 for 50. Bastards. Hmm. Ah. Bounced it back. Sons of bitches. Jimmy failed 29 again. Hmm. Another reversal. Very interesting. Support at 28, 29.50. Hanging onto that positive charm by a thread. Worth holding GME 30C weeklies overnight in case of a run. Do you have any kind of hedge on those? Or no? Hmm. 22 support. A little less delta on this bump. They're not selling any more puts here. 54.25, delta turns negative. Charm starts to turn negative if we dip back under 54.30. So they have to protect 25. Lower high so far. There's no short calls here to de-risk to drive us up. Momentum's failing. We tested 55.08 ES. We're at 55.04 now. Sellers at 54.98. I don't think we make it down that far. It's probably not worth it. This would have to dump pretty hard. Are they gonna pump this into close? I don't think they get a pump into close. I think, but they could definitely just try to stabilize it between 54.25 and 54.30. I have a raging clue. I think TV is trying to get out of a lot of his options position ahead of the shareholder meeting. Since he knew IV would be priced down, he tweets his position tonight, showing additional shares. Maybe. But Ivy will ramp up through tomorrow, right? Because Ivy is going to have to be priced up on next week's contract as well for the event risk. The problem is Ivy's not pricing up enough yet to really expose any of the Vega risk, or you know, push out the sold calls at 30. Maybe tomorrow could do it. Not impossible. $30 left. Charm staying pretty positive still. Under 30, it gets a lot worse. But we need to go below, more significantly below 30. This is kind of interesting. Give me 1 second. Hmm. Do you have any impactful data tomorrow besides BOJ? Tonight. BOJ's tonight. Yeah, I think tomorrow we have what, Michigan consumer import export? It might be something else. Start getting Fed speeches tomorrow at some point. Oh, that's the good stuff. Hey, maybe we don't bounce on fucking 30 again. Or we do. It's a possibility. But if we don't, squeezy times. Hmm. Here, I'll put holes in it. Ah, back above 30. Lamb. Hell? Oh, that's kind of spicy. Jimmy a little excited. Hey, you got some volume there. Well, if we lose 30, the charm flips. Right, so it'll start to move more negative. Tomorrow's the last day of the settlement period. For the deferred settlements. Ah. $334. I got that back under control. Not really. It's still kind of fighting back against charm here. June 18 to 24. Eighteen 24, I think it's the 15. What is it? The 15C3-3. Have you straddled yet? No, but I probably will in a little bit. Hmm. Get the fill. Oh. Interesting. $250. There we go. $20 left. A little bit. Thanks, Danny. Okay, so 30 supportive here. Jamie holding 29. Almost. Charm at 31. I don't know if there's enough time. I hate you? What did I do now? Fitch giving out some U.S. debt warnings or remarks bullish? I didn't see what did Fitch publish it during market hours? What would it take to get a break the long-term bulls positioning and actually get a corrective downside move? We need to move back into the short calls down in the like 5,300 range. Huh. It's back under 12. Let's see how Jimmy looks for tonight. It's kind of okay, actually. I'm gonna get shorted into close, though. Maybe not. Ooh, fancy. Japan is kicked. Yeah, yen's back above. USD JPY is back above 157. $12 left. There's not enough time, I don't think, for this to fail. Well, MM's probably just gonna dump the hedge in after hours. Need the 5430 calls to sell off. I don't think it's gonna happen. Been a while since I've been here. Got back from deployment a bit ago. Welcome back, man. Just bought back in. Hope you're doing well, man. Doing alright. How are you? I lost my volume candles in TradingView. Does anyone know how to get them back? On what asset? If you open the drop down menu on the top left underneath the name of the ticker, it should say vol. And that's like your volume indicator. If not, you can just type volume into the indicators. Ooh, negative charm. Hold on. Nope, never mind. Keep getting so close. I hate the edging. It's the worst. Unfun. If Jimmy doesn't get above 30, the fucking charm decay tomorrow is gonna be rough. Have you spoken at length about any movies you've enjoyed lately? I don't think I've watched any movies in like the last 6 months. The market is all my entertainment. I don't know any bodybuilders' names. Japan hawkish ease? I mean, Japan's inflation's finally moving more in line with their projections. How about famous buff actors? Vin Diesel. I could whisper family into his ear. Could they please raise their rate? They're probably not going to raise their rates tonight. They haven't appropriately warned everybody that they would do it in advance. Yeah, the Bulls really didn't fucking make use of this pump back to 35, right? I don't know. Maybe they'll gun it now. Last 5 minutes. One sigma move to the upside. The $35 call is still a $1.30. If months were years, you could pork my subscription. Thanks for making the days I lose money more fun. Thanks, tenderized loins. What a strange way to think of it. I'd ask Mark Ruffalo to give me a piggyback ride. Complain in his ear the entire time when he struggles. Oh, there it is. Hmm. That was awkward. Hello. Damn. Ouch. The MM just fucked so many bulls. Oh, that was fucking rough. That was the MM fucking the bulls. Just right in there. You got out of your 40s? Nice. So many 5440s were being bought. Yeah. The 5435s were being bought too. That's awkward. Anyway, GME held a little bit over 29 into close, which is kind of cool. It's not 30 though, which is not cool. We got a reversal test here on ES. Failure might see a pullback to like back to 50, probably 5500. Honestly, it's probably not going to be that exciting. But maybe back to like 5490. This is still an inverse head and shoulders, right? And like we're still forming a top, but volume's kind of declining and was really low today compared to yesterday. Well, obviously. Tomorrow we have some data. I think we have Michigan consumer and we have import export prices. Import export prices are going to be in the AM too. And import prices have been kind of climbing, so more increases there could kind of weigh heavily on things. They are expected to fall, but they're not seasonally adjusted like the other inflation metrics. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I think Michigan consumer is expected to stay fairly flat, but like a slight improvement in consumer sentiment. So like flat inflation expectations and a slight improvement in consumer sentiment. We'll see how both of those go. For GME today, we did actually start to get a little bit of covering there into the end of the day. Not a ton, but a little bit. Um, Variance is improving to the upside. Liquidity is still, I mean, there's still some liquidity, right? But they are covering. Arbitrage kind of went positive, but not very much. We'll see how the European session reacts to this. We are slightly above support at 29, but there are some puts there, right? So we could continue to chop in like the 28, 29 range. um but I think this is definitely a better place to be than 25 or sub 25, at least positionally, because if we do get a breakout that can, getting those $30 calls in the money can pump up that delta into tomorrow's expiration. So not a terrible position, kind of a weak bounce, but a bounce nonetheless. I would be careful of any price over 30 though. There could definitely be a failure there, especially if we fail to break like 35 again, like last time. We could get a really rough failure from people taking profits. So we'll see. Also, tomorrow's zero DTE day, so we'll probably get a lot more options volume, and maybe that'll pick up volatility. The shareholders meeting was moved to tomorrow after market close, so the MM might be pricing up like event vol into tomorrow and into the weekend, so like into next week's contract as well. SPX is pretty fucking flat on the day, honestly. Not not very impressive. We got a big drop, it recovered. It didn't recover in a way that I would consider very bullish. Um, and you know, we've still got this massive fucking downside gap to those short calls. That's presenting quite a lot of risk for bulls trying to continue to push up here. Um, Especially after 3 lower highs. But we'll see. We'll see how positioning looks on tomorrow's chain. Charm should be fairly positive into tomorrow's expiry at this price. But if we fall back below 54.25, that might change. Commodities down a little bit today, 60 BPS. Dollar's still rising, but yields are continuing to fall a bit. Those really haven't recovered from yesterday. They started to into the end of day yesterday, and then you know after PPI today they fell again. They are staying relatively high over like the longer time frame, right? I mean yields are still up quite a bit, just nowhere near their top. Correlation on the 1 month now catching up with correlation on the 3 month. We're getting a big push in 1 month dispersion, so they're levering everything to the tits to close slightly lower than we opened. And you know, correlation keeps making new all-time lows on the 3 month. I think we can go back pretty much forever, and this is the most levered up that trade has ever been. Well, you know, since it was tracked. So from like 2006 to now, 3 month correlation has never been this blown out. So yeah, I mean dispersion's still fucking crazy, right? I'm sure Mag 7 concentrations even higher today. Bank of Japan decision is tonight. So we do see a little risk off in the carry trade. Forward yield on volatility is negative 14%. Vol's getting the absolute shit shorted out of it. And the yield curve, you know, is uninverting a bit, and so that's going to ease some of that pressure on long volatility demand. However, you know, if Bank of Japan does surprise with any kind of decision tonight, that could definitely change the risk profile of things here. Move kind of flat yesterday, maybe a little bit up today, still staying fairly elevated for bond volatility, as there does seem to be demand across pretty much every maturity, but you know, not tracking with correlation at all. So we're still seeing you know, quite a lot of bond volatility given how much dispersion is being levered up. Skew totally dropped off today, or yesterday, I guess this would be. So yeah, big drop in you know, tail risk. We'll probably see Vega exposure turn up today. There was quite a lot of volatility shorting, so maybe just some repositioning there, but also, you know, the events of the week are over after PPI, and so we're seeing vol shorts come in and short the null outcome. 40.75% of the S&P now over its 20-day moving average, but still really not a lot of breadth, right? Dow kind of bounced back today, but then Russell fell, which is just the inverse of yesterday, right? So, you know, we're getting like one side of breadth pumping and the other failing. Even though ES is up 141, well, no, that's not fucking right at all. SPX is up 23 basis points today. I think RSP down 28, right? So you know, breadth is still really weak, and most of the concentration of interest is still just tech, right? So everything's just still going long as fuck on tech with nothing fundamentally supporting the markets besides that. And so we're getting a lot of concentration. Negative 23.19. So slight shift from yesterday to the negative. So a little bit of a change in correlation, but not much, and still becoming more and more correlated as we approach expiration. So I mean, like, I guess vol shorting today was strong enough to offset the collapse of the spread, but not all that strong. Now we're pricing in 0.38 rate cuts for 2024, which is only 0.6 more than our low from yesterday. It's not really a big change there either. Yeah, that should be about it. All right, so thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow whenever I wake up from my drug-induced coma. And I hope everybody has a lovely night. I'll have Pickles Picks out later after I take a nap. Peace.